Good morning, everyone. It is payday here on the Mississippi River for our sixth stop on the 2017 FLW Tour. And guys, good morning, welcome. I'm Travis Moran, alongside a new face that we've had in the studio this weekend, Vic Vadalero out of Kent, Ohio. Vic, you've got 12 years experience. You know not only the body of water that these guys are fishing, but you fished alongside these anglers for a lot of years. So we really appreciate the insight that you're bringing and really being able to kind of break down some of these techniques and adjustments that they're going to need to make today.
Absolutely, and I am really excited to be here. Happy that FLW asked me to come down. You know, it's a family that I got to spend lots of time with for 12 years, fishing on tour, and getting to see these guys on the screen, being out there grinding away. I mean, these are the top 10 guys. This is the day we've been waiting for. I'll tell you this, that when you fish the tour, you're always wanting to make that top 10. In the old days, it was the day that you got to wear the camera in your hat. Now you got live streaming video. These guys get to watch it at home, watch these guys play it out, make the adjustments, and who's going to win at the end of the day. It's exciting.
It 100%. We've already had some excitement already today that we're going to get to in just a minute. But first, we're going to take a look at the map here, really break down the three pools, because there's pool 7, 8, and 9. Pool 7 really hasn't been a big factor because of how much rain we've had dump in. That kind of immediately muddied up pool 7, which is all the way at the top up there. And then pool 8, that one has been mudding up quite a bit as well. Our only angler that we have that's really fishing pool 8 is Schmidt. Well, he's the one that started in the lead today, so maybe he made that right decision. Pool 9, because it wasn't as high as the other pools, because it actually was already pretty much full, when that new water came in, it didn't fluctuate the levels too much, didn't muddy up the water as much. However, we're seeing with all the rain we had yesterday, that may be a little bit different story for today.
Absolutely, and you know, the guy that's in pool 9 that's doing the damage is Andy Morgan. You know, he's in second place going in today. He went way back up in a slough off the main river, found himself a little pocket of clean water. And what actually happens is the further you go up in these little sloughs, the less water that's coming in. And he knows that from fishing the old Tennessee River for years and years back in these sloughs. So he found a little bit clearer water. The fish were in there. These fish are moving in to spawn. So Andy's been catching smallmouth and largemouth spawning on these little high spots. And basically they're like little islands. And where the water has come over the top of these islands, made it kind of hard, clean, gravelly. It's perfect conditions for these bass to spawn. Now yesterday it was raining most of the day, so it was a little bit tougher on Andy. You know, when there's not a lot of light coming in, it doesn't pin them in a certain spot. Today's going to be a little bit clearer, so hopefully that'll help him out, put those fish where he wants them.
Absolutely. And now moving over to our leader to start this morning, Brian Schmidt, totally fishing a different scenario up in pool 8.
Complete different scenario. Now he is fishing below an island, okay, and these are little protected areas, man-made things that they've put riprap, they've put wing dams out to kind of save the islands, let's say, and there's not as much current. These breaks in the current have let weeds grow and things like that, and these are perfect conditions for the bass to not only spawn, but to feed. So these are big, giant weed flats. Brian Schmidt's right at home, just like Potomac fishing. I mean, I'm looking at it yesterday. It looks like he's on the Potomac, Washington, D.C., right there. And he even mentioned that it's almost like tidal water because it's always an incoming tide. It's raising water. I got to talk to Brian Schmidt a little bit last night. He said it's going to be a different deal this morning because these little rock jetties, he's got water, and here he is catching a fish. This is a little bit of a replay from this morning. So here he is catching a fish on a swim jig, but his water's rising, there's more current, so hopefully it's going to be a better fishery today for him.
Absolutely, and he was questioning how the day was going to start. He had that raising water, he couldn't...
Number one, didn't take long.
He was worried about not seeing those weed lines and everything he's been targeting, so that was going to be the big question mark, how things were going to start for him today, and he got out to a hot start. He already has a limit today by the time we're going live. I mean, it's only 8:30 in the morning.
Another good fish.
Pounder.
Believe me, he has got to be excited about today. I mean, first of all, going out as the lead boat, you know, that's always exciting. You know, you're always wondering what's going to happen. What am I going to face when I get out there? but here he is, putting him in the boat early.
Woo, baby, baby, baby.
And some good ones.
And here we go. I think this was his 5th fish. So this completed his limit, which we've got him now unofficially about 13.5 pounds. Anyone who's tuning in to see how Schmidt's doing, how your boy Schmidt's doing, he started out the morning very hot.
I'll keep. That's 5.
And now let's take a look at the rest of our leaderboard. This is our final 10. All these guys are trying to get a chance at that $125,000 purse for the #1 spot here today. And that's what it's all about. A lot of these guys have a chance. A lot of them really tried to make adjustments because the theme of this is, does everyone have fish left?
That's right. And, you know, the real thing it's going to boil down to, Brian Schmidt got off to a great start. He's got to have confidence. He's got momentum. Everything's happening right for him this morning. Now, Andy Morgan had to go through a lock, don't forget. So the guys that are locking through, they're losing at least a half an hour to 45 minutes compared to Brian Schmidt. So, you know, that's something that you got to think about time-wise on the water, how many casts you're going to make. We're going to watch it all happen. We're going to see it live, what's going to happen today.
Right, right. And you mentioned the locks. I mean, if you look down at the 9 and 10 spot right now, Austin Felix, Matt Stephan, those guys had long runs. So that, you know, they don't have any fish in the boat, but we have cameras on their boats. So we're going to be checking in with them throughout the day. And I've talked to both of them. They've both got some adjustments. They had their GPS bedding fish for the first 3 days, but that's really done. They're out of those. There's not replenishing fish. So they have their theories. They have their adjustments. They're from the area. They're from the surrounding areas. Felix being from Minnesota, Stephan being from Wisconsin. So they're familiar with this northern fishery, and so they may be able to make those adjustments that other anglers that don't have the experience might not be able to.
That's the truth. And don't count out those other guys. You know, there are superstars in there. David Dudley, Larry Nixon, Wesley Strader. Those guys have tasted victory. They know what to do on day 4 of these tournaments, and they could be very dangerous on these waters.
Absolutely. And for everyone at home, I know you guys tuned in to watch some live tournament coverage. So we are going to go to our current unofficial leader, Brian Schmidt.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. I've had a good morning. The fastest, you know, best start I've had to any morning for this event. We got 2 nice fish. You know, I'm thinking 12 pounds. I've been, you know, I haven't been able to judge the fish all week, what I've really had, but they are biting, and I was really worried about them not biting, but they are. We do not have ideal conditions. I mean, we got a very hard wind blowing in here, mud water, the water's come up even more, and we got way harder current in here. But I think it's triggered them. I hope this isn't one of them deals where they're just gonna do this for a little bit this morning, right before they just stop. Like I've seen that happen before in grass, where they'll just go crazy for the morning because they know it's like getting ready to be just wiped out with mud. I mean, one side of our bay is totally destroyed. They could be coming here from the other sides of the bay. I don't know, but it's been a good morning. We made some bait changes. We're just gonna, you know, pull down, fish a little bit, pull down, fish a little bit, just be real thorough, mix in some different baits to see if we can keep picking up a few upgrades as we go. We've had, like I said, a good start to the day. You know, hopefully it'll keep biting, man. It's just, it's strange to me how well they are biting this morning with these conditions, but it could be because we got a even more current, and they have repositioned to use it, or we got a different wind direction. We got a southern wind today. Something has changed to have them biting this good in the morning. Maybe the night didn't get quite as cold, I don't know, but hopefully they'll keep biting, you know. The water, it's the same color it's kind of been. It hasn't really changed. So if it stays like this, if it doesn't get too, you know, a little more chopped than this could hurt us. I mean, if you scan out and look at the main river out there, it's, you know, behind us, it's not pretty. You know, everybody's gonna deal with this today. You know, I'm sure everybody's catching them because they're biting here. They must be biting everywhere type thing. But we're gonna put it down here, man. We're gonna stick and stay with this for quite a while. If we gotta move, we'll move to the area we fished yesterday. I think it'll be protected enough and the water shouldn't be destroyed in there yet. But we're not gonna leave this for quite a while.
And that's why.
But it's amazing, these fish up here, man, they do not care about being nasty and dirty. And, you know, Potomac, you want clean water, cleaner. This is way dirt, you know, for what I like fishing, way dirtier. I just keep telling myself, man, if it ever cleaned up, it'd be insane, but it ain't gonna clean up. But, you know, good news is they haven't left. They haven't left. They're going to give us one more day, see what we can do with them. But what I think's going on, they're starting to use this side more. I don't know if stuff's washing out. Like that side over there, it does not look good. I caught a lot of fish over there, you know, day 1 and day 2. Yesterday, I don't know if we weighed a fish off of there. But that wind doesn't get too crazy, and every once in a while the sun pokes out, I think we'll be all right. It's like I'm just scared to even pick up my poles. I don't even want to move. I know for every one you're catching, there's 10 that you're not even catching. You're not even getting them to look at it.
Here we're getting our first look at a split screen. Brian Schmidt on the left, and in our unofficial second place, Andy Morgan.
See how there's a little bit more sun out there today, so those trees are a little brighter. Maybe that'll help
What do you think
Andy.
the chances is the sun will stay out? I doubt it.
you know, Brian has that rising water and all those weeds and that current. And he talked a little bit about that more current might be turning him on, you know, and I think he's doing the right thing, and obviously he is. He's got, you know, a good limit of fish going. He's staying in one spot and he's being very quiet. You notice he's not lifting those power poles. I think when you lift those power poles and you move and you reset them, it makes noise. You know, you're in 3 feet of water. And believe me, that's a Potomac trick, not to make noise. Be as quiet as you can. Don't touch the power poles. Don't leave the fish finders on. And he's just dragging different baits through the same area. He knows there's 10 fish for every one he's caught. So you notice he switched rods right there. He changed up the color of his bait a little bit, his swim jig. We saw him earlier. He picked up a shaky head, and he's just beating it to death because he knows there's a lot of fish in there. And I see him catching a lot of fish today. I mean, from what he's caught so far this morning, if things stay going, you know, he's going to catch some numbers.
And then looking over at Andy, he's really fishing the same type of water. And that's no surprise because yesterday after he weighed in, he said, you know, his fish are getting fewer and farther between over these days. He's running out of fish. However, he doesn't have any other water to fish. And
we need a bonus fish, one we don't expect to catch. Random gift. Caught a fish the first day, smallmouth, threw it over in a boat, just a keeper. Took my bait, you know, when I put it in the live well, I always take my line and throw it over the side. It was like my, I don't know, third fish. Run back here on the front deck, pick up my rod, pick it up, fish on it, and throw it to the floor. I caught that one and threw my bait that was all messed up over in the water and caught my fourth keeper. Literally beside the boat.
that's when you know you're on fire, Vic.
That's right.
When things are definitely going your way.
And believe me, there's a lot of fish. I mean, yeah, he keeps running through it. It's a different setup, you know, he's flipping, you know, but think of the number of fish that are in that area. So, yeah, they're not all going to bite the first time around, second time around. He's just going to keep moving. I think the weather change is going to set him up different. You know, he may have to adjust a little bit, but, I mean, he knows what to do. That's what he lives for, is doing that right there.
And that's what he emphasized. He said, you know what, I don't have any other water to run to, but this is my style of fishing. I absolutely love it, and I'm having a blast, and so I'm going to keep doing it. And so I think this is going to be the scene we're going to see from him the rest of the day.
Here, Brian Schmidt just got another one. See there? Kind of neat watching two guys fish. Two totally different techniques.
I don't think he's gonna help. No go. Two.
Am I hearing the drone?
Well, what I think, the way they're biting, if I could just get in front of a big one right now, catching a lot of nice fish.
And Schmidt continuing what he was doing so well yesterday, and that's thinking out loud for us. It really brings us into his story and what's going on. Him saying he's got to get in front of the right fish. His head's on a swivel.
These fish know it's changing in here, dude. I think they're readjusting themselves. See what I'm saying? Like now I'm sitting on the fish, like where my boat's pulled down. That's the problem with this wind direction. Like where I'm power pulled down, we caught, where my poles are, we caught some fish this morning. We still live?
Yes, we are.
And all I know is I hope they keep biting.
Say the magic words, right?
All you had to do is ask, Brian.
I do that a lot. I can remember asking a lot. Bite.
That'll help.
Wow.
I think that'll help.
Chunky. See how fat those fish are that he's catching.
He's got to help.
And that's been a big factor. He's been talking about, he thinks these might be, pre-spawn
He got a little
fish.
belly on it.
And that quarter pound, half a pound difference, makes all the difference. That's a couple
the end of
pounds
the
at the end
day.
of the day. That's the difference between 14 and 16 pounds.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. That's a heavy too. Pink's heavier. Not a bad morning. Throwing back fish like this. Pretty fish. Come on, keep biting.
Gotta love the live coverage, Vic. We got a camera boat with Schmidt all day today. Also Andy Morgan, then Matthew
They gotta
Stephan,
be biting everywhere.
as well as Austin Felix. And you hear Schmidt saying
They are biting the best they've been in here, in the worst conditions.
he's assuming that everyone else is getting them like he is. And
You know, it
really,
could be you got a harder current, but then you got the wind going against it. Who the heck knows? But I tell you, when I went to bed last night, I did not think they were gonna bite like this. Very, very, very worried. Like I said, I think right now, man, if we get in front of a 3-pounder, 4-pounder, she'll bite it. They are in position. Water don't look, you know, it doesn't look any different. If it stays like this, hopefully we can keep picking on them all day.
We've got live cameras on our top 5 to start the morning, but then the 6 through 10 have marshals with iPads, so we're still able to get some video footage and every once in a while get it sent over to us in the studio. And one of the guys we've got a replay from a
My
big
wife
fish.
said she watched this live all day yesterday and had our son watching it, and he's only 3, and he said he got a kick out of it watching me fishing. It's pretty cool.
Well, a big shout out to the Schmidt family. Thanks for tuning in to FLW Live. You may get to see some fun things out of your dad today.
Come on, old big girl. Just hop on it. Hop on it for us.
And so one of the guys that David Dudley started in 9th place this morning, and he was really emphasizing he's got to find some bigger fish, make those adjustments, and he caught a good fish here earlier today. This is on that Marshall cam. And Schmidt talked about the wind affecting everyone, and Dudley's definitely fishing in the wind here. There it is, quality
Nice.
fish. Yeah,
That's
if he gets 5 of those, he may be coming to the scales with a big smile on his face today, and maybe a shot, maybe a little bit of a chance at taking home a big old check.
That's right. Never count out Dudley.
No, he has won a lot of money. He's
That's
used
some
to
hard win right there.
being in the top 10. Feels very comfortable. But now back to our current leader. Only angler right now with a limit.
Okay.
You can really see with this live coverage, you know, how he's working that swim jig. I mean, rod tip down, he is dragging it through those weeds and just keeps popping it softly.
You know, the other thing that could develop, I'm telling myself anyway, is the thicker inside grass, now it's got some water over it. Sometimes that can, you know, there's always the big ones I think are in that mat. And every once in a while they come out here and eat. But you get some water over it, and now you can fish that a little bit. Maybe they'll, you know, maybe they'll wake up and play with us a little bit. I don't know. I don't even know what time it is. We're just gonna stay in here and get all we can get.
You know, being able to watch this live like we're getting to do here in this studio, you know, Brian said he believes they're biting everywhere, and I do think a lot of times when they're biting in one place, they're biting in another. You know, and you see these guys out there, we're getting to watch the live leaderboard. We're getting to see some threes, some 3 1/4s. You know, we didn't get to see a lot of those yesterday. And, you know, so maybe today those bigger fish are turning on. And for Schmidt, you know, he's already got 5 nicer ones in the boat. Nicer than average, nicer than those 12-pound stringers, you know. So he's on the road right now, but there's guys that are catching him behind him. And all it takes is a 4-pounder and things change quick.
Yeah, but he keeps saying he thinks that, you know, they're probably catching them all over the lake. I think that's healthy for him to keep telling himself that.
Oh, absolutely.
Because that's going to keep him nice and hungry, feeling like everyone is doing well. And, you know, if he can stay on this grind, he may end up way ahead of everyone.
Mm-hmm.
That was the morning frenzy.
Well, Brian, perfect segue to lead us to our first break. He basically announced the frenzy.
That was the morning bite.
Well, we're going to head into a break. We will be back in just a minute with plenty more live action of our final day here on the Mississippi River.
Number one, didn't take Baby. Three-pounder. Three-pounder.
The outboards that are changing everything. Get all the thrilling performance of an Evinrude E-Tech G2. Now from 150 to 300 horsepower.
Bass fishing's fun, but half of these tournaments is like a boat race, trying to beat everybody down the lake. And with that Evinrude E-Tech G2, it's like driving a Corvette. That thing is passing everybody.
And now, for a limited time, Evinrude's Run Fearless sales event includes 8 years of coverage on all E-Tech engines and accessories.
This is a whole other level. The G2 is awesome.
For details, visit evinrude.com.
Hey, thanks, Dave.
Out of office?
Oh, man. Hi, this is Skeet.
Skeet, out of office?
Dude, don't be mad because I thought of it.
What?
I gotta go. I got someone on the line. Go to teamgtfishing.com to check out my real job.
We're supposed to be working.
I am working.
I've been living by the smallmouth. You live by him and you die by him.
Nope.
That's gonna be a small, nice fish, but he ain't gonna kill.
I got one.
Oh! It's a heart-stopping, emotional roller coaster for some of the best names in the sport of bass fishing, and you won't believe how it all ends.
Oh, it's a big one, dude. Giant.
Oh my gosh!
The tools used to work hard have evolved through the years. They've helped us build nations, move mountains, drive ourselves harder. But one thing has never changed: the DNA of hard work, handed down from generation to generation to generation. That's why the DNA of our hardworking protection will always remain the same. Introducing the next evolution of hardworking protection. Shell Rotella.
Launching a Ranger aluminum boat that's cut full of holes may sound a little crazy, but with so much closed cell foam inside, it's easy to see the added safety and stability. It's a huge confidence booster, especially with so much quality inside, along with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and 300 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance. Ranger aluminum is built to excel and priced to be yours.
Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
Welcome back, everyone, to our continued coverage here on this sixth stop of the 2017 FLW Tour here in La Crosse, Wisconsin, on the Mississippi River.
And it is exciting to say the least. Here we are, top 10 guys. These guys are out there, and Brian Schmidt is putting it on. He's catching a lot of fish. Andy Morgan right behind him. He's got a 2.5 pounder, but I heard this morning, and hopefully we'll get to see it. You know, we talk about those 4-pounders. You're looking for a 4-pounder, and it's a game changer in this business. And Andy Morgan had one on this morning. Hopefully we'll get to see the replay. It was before live coverage. Here we go. And this is a guy that does it for a living. You know, you try to do everything right.
I don't even know what I got. Golly, bum.
Oh, backside of the tree.
The big one.
I couldn't tell if he snapped off or he just lost that fish.
Got me in a bad
but-
position. Ran around that tree. Yeah. That's the biggest one I've hung yet.
That's a heartbreaker.
Absolutely, absolutely. But also a good sign as well. He's got a lot of time to fish. He did report earlier. He actually, before we went live, we could see what he was doing. He actually caught his first short of the tournament. Okay, so he has not caught a fish that hasn't been a keeper out of that spot. Caught his first one. Obviously threw it back. But that kind of led you to believe, all right, are these fish moving out? He had some concerns that there wasn't as many fish, but then he loses a big one. So, it's going both ways for him right now, and I think he's got plenty of time. He now knows there are those quality of fish there that he really has caught a good average of 2.5, 3 pounders out of there. To see some bigger fish could really show some potential that it might be that winning bag might be there for him today.
Absolutely, and you're looking at these guys are catching a little bit better fish today. It seems like, you never know with the conditions. Everybody can say textbook situations, yeah, we're getting some sun, we're getting some wind, what's going to happen? And you heard Brian Schmidt say it this morning, what's going to happen tomorrow? You never know. These guys are putting on the bigger fish. They're putting it on and getting to catch those 3 pounders, and that's going to be the difference. I think it's going to be a good day of fishing out there.
Absolutely, Vic, and it comes down to putting a game plan together. And so right now, let's take a look at the General Tire Roadmap to Victory.
And these guys, I said it yesterday. There's different ways to put it all together, but numbers. The numbers game. Brian Schmidt's putting it on the numbers, and they're catching lots of fish. And when they're catching those big fish mixed in there, that's what's going to be the game changer. The spawning fish, number 2, I think there's some guys that are still going to be looking for them this morning. Some guys can go in and catch a big spawner, 2 or 3, maybe a smallmouth mixed in there. That's going to be a game changer too. And that mixed bag is going to be the key. You saw Brian Schmidt catch smallmouth and largemouth. You saw Andy Morgan, smallmouth and largemouth. Those mixed bags seem to be the trick to putting them up the leaderboard and putting them to where they want to be for day 4.
Absolutely. And Vic, you talked about those spawning fish. We had Felix and Stephan both GPSing betting smallies in practice, okay? The first 3 days, they ran through those. They've exhausted that pattern. And now today, the final day, they're making some adjustments. Austin Felix, he's from Minnesota, from the area, doesn't have too much experience, but does have time on this body of water. He's actually making a move. He's talked about he's got this backwater. It's real hard to get into. He's got to go down to pool 9, then make this treacherous little trip in his backwater stuff. But he says when he was there in pre-fish, checked it out, there was a huge bag of largemouth swimming around in there. So he could be making a total adjustment, going from predominantly smallmouth fishing now over to that largemouth pattern. And we could see the right adjustment at the right time. I mean, I think he's fishing a strong game, has a nice game plan there.
Absolutely. And these guys with local knowledge, there's nothing better than local knowledge where they can slide in. They know where these fish have spawned before. And here we got live coverage, which is great, and getting to see what he's doing back here.
And this is our first look at Austin Felix. We had a camera on him all day yesterday, but never got any service. But he was actually fishing stuff very similar to Stephan, that bank, that man-made riprap banks for those smallies. And you can see right away, this is a total different scenario here. He's fishing that flooded timber.
All right. I mean, I'm just flipping a flooded island here. There were some bass on it first day of practice before the water dropped out of 9, and it's been too shallow until the end of yesterday. It started to come up enough that I was able to snatch a good one out of here in the end of the day. I was kind of hoping they'd push back up on here so I could catch a few. They don't seem to be here at the moment. As soon as I'm done here, I'm gonna go run into a little backwater lake that I should be able to get into. this whole week I've pretty much been catching spawners. I thought coming into the tournament there'd be more fish out on the current, but after practice it was pretty clear that they were all up on the bank. So the first 3 days all I did was catch bedfish. Most of them you couldn't see looking for 'em, so I was just flipping banks that looked good. But now I'm on the largemouth pattern. I'm gonna see what happens. Last day, about 2 pounds out, so I figured I need 17 pounds or so to have a shot at it. And I think doing this kind of stuff is my best shot at getting there, because where I caught that 15-pound bag on Friday and caught that 14-pound bag yesterday, I completely swept that bank clean of any fish that are left on it. So we're about starting from scratch. I caught that 3-pounder right there yesterday. I think the wind might be crashing in here. It's only about a foot and a half deep up there in those trees, and even the slightest chop, I think, knocks the fish off of them. So we're gonna go another 20 yards here and then make a long run. Hopefully I'll have service in the next spot, because that could be fun if I can figure out how to catch them.
Like he's just fishing a little island here, you know, with the wind blowing in on it. Sometimes these spots can be good. I mean, and obviously he's got a 3-pounder up there, so he's got to stop in and check. You know, he's worried a little bit about that wind, but with it being super shallow like that, sometimes that wind can push those fish off of it. But a little corner that might be up in there that's protected, you know, those bass will still sit up in there. Definitely looks like a largemouth spot.
And Austin talking about making that long run here in a minute. And I think that's what he's referring to, that backwater spot he's got with all those largemouth. So hopefully we do get some service with him, because that's going to be fun to watch. See on his hood there, Vic, he's got that M. He's got the University of Minnesota M there. And Austin is one of our college anglers. He actually won the 2014 FLW College Fishing National Championship.
That is awesome.
A huge, huge feat for him, and he did it with one of the FLW employees. So his old partner actually works for FLW now, Chris Bergen. So pretty cool story right there. And then now maybe getting, possibly getting his first victory here, or a chance at his first victory near his hometown.
Let's go see if he can't get stuck over in that lake now.
Making the move.
So Austin made the jump to the tour level 2 years ago. This is the second year now. Champlain, he had a chance. He finished 6th last year at Champlain, and so a great finish for him. But that tournament he had talked about, he felt like he fished up to 6. He did everything he could to get to 6. Where this tournament, he feels like he's put himself in a position where he has a shot at actually winning this thing if he puts some things together. And really, him talking about his game plan to go after those largies and stuff, it really seems like he's put a lot of thought into this. He's going about it the right way, and if things line up, I don't see why not.
Oh, I think it's anybody's game. I mean, on a fishery like this, there are 4-pounders out there. You see that there's not a giant spread between the winner and 10th place, or the leader, should I say, in 10th place. So those 4-pounders, I mean, you get an 18, 19-pound bag. If anybody comes in with that kind of bag, it could be a big stirrup toward that leaderboard. Here we're back to our leader here. Still doing what he likes to do right there. Throw that swim jig.
Brian Schmidt, still our only angler right now of 10 with a limit.
Well, you haven't missed a whole bunch. I've caught a couple shorts. I think I had 1 or 2 bites that I missed. I'm just kind of letting the juice rest a little bit, and I'm just kind of coming up this edge. Yesterday I caught my biggest fish up here, but it was a lone fish. But you know, we're gonna mosey up here a little bit, and then I'm probably gonna motor back down, just reposition, just like we did this first stretch, and maybe go over on the other side. I don't know. We gotta at least look at it, but got some serious current running through here today, a ton, and I think it's they are using it to their advantage. They are positioning back there, I think, at the bottom of every one of these little ponds right before it dumps out. It becomes an eddy almost, and I think they're just sitting down there in the eddy and just, you know, sparse grass, everything coming to them. Makes sense. I think there's some coming and going, some, you know, post-spawn already. I think this morning I've caught a couple pre and post. And we're just gonna, you know, do this all day long and hopefully get 1 or 2 of those good chunky 3.5-pound bites we've gotten every day. You know, we got a decent limit already. If we get 1 or 2 of them, we're gonna have a pretty good day. We got some decent fish, but you know, couldn't ask for a better start. Like I said, I was very, very worried about this stuff falling apart in here, but I feel a lot better this morning. It's like, you know, I just think they know once they're out here, there's really no point going out anywhere else for a while till this river shakes out, cleans up and stables a little bit. I think, you know, on Google Earth, it looks like in the summer, there's giant grass beds outside of this, you know, that they must build up as it warms up, and I'm sure they use that. Well, this is, you know, the best spawning habitat for you know, for them to use in a large area. I mean, they got to go a long ways to find something better than this. So we're happy, but we got some assassins right behind us that are not going to give up and not give anything to anybody. So we got to have the mentality that we're down and we need to catch them. You know, I want to catch as much as I can today. I don't feel safe. I think this is an event that it's not done to the last cast. So tight. Anybody in the top 10 has a legitimate shot. You know, a lot of variables. You could get stuck on a sand flat. You could get locked out. Luckily, we don't have to deal with the lock. There's a lot to this tournament. It's not just go fishing. See if we get up here and catch a couple. These fish might not have got the memo to go down there to that eddy. Turn my old Garmin on and see what we're looking like up here. I don't like turning anything on when I'm fishing shallow grass once I know how it lays out, but up here, I haven't spent much time at all this far up in this bay. You know, I keep saying it, but it's literally, it's like fishing the Potomac like on an incoming tide for 2 days straight. Like this water is just rising, man, non-stop. Just keeps coming up and up and up and up. You know, typically on the Potomac, that's not good. Like when you get super, super high water, it just spreads them out. I think what we got going for us is we don't have a giant area here to cover. They only got so much real estate. They're almost trapped in here. If they swim out of here, they got to fight, you know, a 10-mile-per-hour current. Whatever it is, it's strong. I think it might be stronger than normal too. You know, there's no way that river flows that hard year round, but I don't know. Could be. Well, so far coming up here has not worked out, but we just got to give it a little try, because sometimes old mama's all by herself. You can see how like the water ripples harder there, because that's where the trough is, the hard current's rolling out. It goes from kind of flat to, you know, chopped up right there. I think that's what makes this spot unique, because there's a couple deep trenches and one pretty deep hole that definitely helps them feel, you know, secure in here, I bet. You know, big cold fronts. I don't know if they winter in here or what. Couple more casts, we're gonna mosey back down. Let me just hit this current edge. Water's slightly dirtier up here. We don't need this to work its way down. Nice and calm up here, but ain't no fish. Yeah, I tell you what, we better get back down there. We did enough exploring for today. Good day so far. Don't know what the chances is of them biting like this all day.
And here's another look at you know, how Schmidt got to this limit this morning. Started out just real hot.
3-pounder. Figure something out too. I think this is a nice one.
And Brian was definitely voicing concern yesterday when you talked to him as well. You know, he was wondering what conditions were going to change. He was trying to figure out the adjustments he was going to have to make, but it really seemed like he got to come out and just get right into them.
That he did, you know, and he did seem concerned last night. You know, he was worried. I don't think it could have went better for him. I think this area that he's fishing, you know, he named it. It's a spawning area, but I believe with this current the way it is, I think he's got fish moving in, feeding. It's more of a feeding location. He's catching pre-spawn fish, he's catching post-spawn fish, and he's catching bedding fish. So that's kind of the magic to this area, I think, that's really helping him out, where the other guys that are targeting spawning fish, you know, maybe running out of fish, whereas he's got all three right in front of his fingertips. So I think he's on a magic spot. And it's a big area. That's the key. You know, the bigger the area, you've got all things happening at once. So he keeps sliding around, moving, and you can see he caught a lot of fish this morning. He's going to move up here right now, back to this same area, and give it another sweep. See what happens.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and that's by getting his limit first thing, and a great limit at that. He has now the room to search around, to expand that water. And he can try some different areas. You know, there's also those little theories that go through your mind over the first 3 days. Oh, maybe a little bit over there, maybe, but you just don't have the confidence to move out to that. But now that he's got a great limit, it's day 4. It's time to go explore a little bit more. And he was just talking about that. You know, he said, all right, done searching, because he moved out a little bit. Now he's going to go back to his comfort zone a little, go back to the juice that he was letting rest. You know, hopefully he gets a few more. And but if that dries up again, he'll probably search out a little bit more, expand a little bit, and then come to his, you know, his good water again.
That's right. What a great limit first thing in the morning. And you could say what you want. He gets to take a deep breath. Think about it. go back and do what he does best. Throw that swim jig, get in there, and do what he needs to do to finish out this day.
All I know is I
So
hope
as
they
Schmidt
keep
makes
biting.
his little move, we're back on actually, so Andy Morgan's now in 5th place unofficially. And still flipping the wood. And still with one fish, about a 2.5 pounder. Now, Vic, we've really talked about the barge situation or the locking. That's been a big factor.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Don't want to have to go over there.
And these guys are really trying to check out the schedule. Andy really had to cut his day quite a bit short yesterday because there was actually 2 barges coming up the river. And if he were to get behind those 2 barges, it could take up to 3.5 hours to actually to lock up. And but what happens is if they go get in line, a lot of times that the locks will allow one barge to go through and then the pleasure boaters, as long as there's some actual pleasure boaters there. But if they don't get there in time, they're going to just start that next barge, and each barge could take up to an hour and a half to break down and get locked through. And so that could really, it really changes the way they structure their day and their timing. But today, Andy said there's one coming through at noon, but really doesn't seem like it's going to be a busy day. So he's going to really be able to put a lot of time out on these spots and really try to catch the last fish here.
There it was right there. Yeah, I've kind of made a little move in out of the current and the mud. Only had a couple of bites out there this morning. So we've kind of hit retreat here, trying to figure something out. I knew it was going to change. It's going to change for everybody. Whoever figures it out is going to do well today, but it's definitely changing. Cleaner water blowing out of the back of this thing, shallow. Individual trees. I can, burn through here and see if I can get something going pretty quick, 20, 30 minutes, I'll kind of know whether I need to look for some more of this or keep on moving. Get in here. Thank you. Well, maybe figured a little something out. He didn't want to bite. I was hung on a little root and pulled it, popped off it. Got it. Chunk. A large amount on this side. A little chunk.
That audio is a little scratchy, but
Every bite I've had this morning, I've been in a jacked up position in a bad place. Limbs all over me.
But this is why watching live, there's so much more to learn, because he just said he
That's
might
a good
figure
bite,
something
though.
out.
Not that this has got any size to it. Might give me something to put my head down on. Don't get hung right there.
Now what he said is I think what I heard him say is when he was hung up a little bit and it popped free and he immediately got hit.
Yeah, the audio wasn't real good. I couldn't tell exactly, but if that's the case, you know, they're looking for more of a reaction bite is what they're after, and maybe he'll start popping that jig a little bit more when he's swimming it to get those reaction hits. And that might be, you know, what Brian Schmidt's doing when he's reeling and it's dragging through those weeds and popping off. He's getting reaction bites too, so.
You got me a shooting lane cut now. Like archery hunting.
Probably seen that there's a female right there too. That male was with a female. Keeps fishing that same spot.
Boy, I don't want to. Yeah. One I lost this morning is one that you definitely wouldn't cull. But I mean, that's spilled milk, is what it is. First one I've lost in 3 days, I can't complain. I knew I'd lose one today just because the odds were against me. But boy, I was really hoping it was gonna be a 2-pounder. It was not a 2-pounder. That was the biggest one I've actually hooked since I've been to Wisconsin. Oh well. You win some and you lose some. We're battling in their environment too. It's not in the open water. Not a keeper there. I don't think. No, it ain't. Measure it just short. It ain't much short. 13¼ inches. Leave that laying out. I figure that's going to be a happening deal. I'm liking the odds a little better anyway, at least catching some. Giant blacknecks.
So Andy may be putting these pieces together. That's 2 fish pretty quick, and I'm pretty sure he just turned around. Pretty sure he just fished this water too. Turned around and immediately caught a fish on a bank he just went through. So he may be making a slight little adjustment. Maybe popping it, like you said, a little bit more.
I'm thrown all over that little fish there.
But here's a replay of that last keeper he got.
Pretty quick, you know, 20, 30 minutes. I'll kind of know whether I need to look for some more of this or keep on moving. Get in here. Thank you. Well.
Wow, during that replay, he actually caught another fish. So since we've been watching him here in the last 10 minutes, he's caught 3 fish.
So he made a little bit of a move too, you know, so he's in a different area. I don't think this is an area he's been fishing, from what I could tell, but. So some fresh water, hopefully loaded with 4-pounders, right, for him.
Got a little bitty neck. That could have been a good move right here, real good move. If all three of them right there had been keepers, that would have been a good move. Still may be. Come in here and get out of that current a little bit. Be honest with you, get out of the pressure. I can then see it's taking effect. There's a bunch of old boys out there fishing what I've been fishing just because they've been watching. Start over here. Got it all bunged up.
Really having some audio trouble with him right now, but I think he's just talking about that he really enjoys FLW Live, and
yeah, we're back in. It's just a little flat bay. It's got a ton of water. I mean, it goes back through there for a quarter mile, looks like, or so. It's just weeds and bushes and scattered stuff, and it's probably got now a foot and a half of water on it. My hopes is, you know, there's some actually moving back in here to it, and they're on these isolated deeper trees, they'll pull up and maybe hang out for a little bit before they go back in the flood back through here. Just trying to dodge some of that pressure out there. Get in this slack water. Trying to tie this double uni knot. It's strong, but it's the hardest knot to tie I've ever attempted in my life. But it works good fluorocarbon. No, they're just pulled up here laying around these single trees. It's something different, you know, out in this flat, it's all weed choked. You know, and I'm sure earlier in the week there was probably a fish or two spawning around the bases of these trees. You know, the shade of the tree prevents the weeds from growing so thick under them. It's a little open area. Kind of a pre-made nesting hole for them, kind of. I think this is kind of a, today I think it's kind of a little pre-spawn deal. I think there's some moving in here to spawn. I think some's already spawned and left, and you got another little batch moving in. Look at wood duck, come out of that hole. And there may be a couple of spawners left in here, you never really know. Say it's a pretty decent mixture of spawners and just pre-spawners. Everything I catch is fat, so I don't know if there's any post-spawn deal going on or not here. Water's just in the 50s, so it's 56. That's kind of cool. No, I hadn't been up in here. I've been on the outside out here, but I hadn't been back this far all week. You know, namely because there really wasn't any water here. I mean, there was a little bit, but there wasn't much. Keeper. Not very big. And 15-incher. In a bush. Maybe the new water's gonna be the gig. Wouldn't wow, nicked it again. Can't get nothing going here. I'm just fishing a Z-crawl.
We're going to slide into our second break of the morning, but first, we've got a lot of anglers fishing up the Mississippi River out here in Wisconsin for the first time from the south. And so we thought it would be fun to get some of these guys to actually try to pronounce some of these Wisconsin town names here. And so we're going to leave you with that, and then we'll be back after a short break.
Ashawabian.
Ashawamian?
No absolute clue. I don't even know who named the city that.
Ashawabina.
Ashwaubenon.
Ashwaubenon.
Oh, this one could trip up some. It's Ashwaubenon.
Manitowoc.
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 Manicawaka.
Manitowoc.
Okay. Oh.
Akananawak.
Oconomowoc.
Oconomowoc?
Oconomowoc. Pretty good.
Uh-oh, that's a hard one there. We omega.
Wiga. Wanawega?
Wayawega.
Winyawega.
Oh, and Wyawega.
Wauwatosa.
James Watson. I'm just kidding. Watsawasu.
Wauwatosi.
Wauwatosa.
Weowatosa. Was somebody drunk when they named all these?
Is this stuff you come up with randomly?
Wawato. This is just funny. Wauwatosa.
Kiwani.
Kiwani? Kiwani. Kiwani? You can go with that.
Kiwane.
Kiwanani.
Kiwani? Kiwani.
Ah, Kiwani.
McWong? McWogno? McWogno. I'll go with that. I know it's dead wrong, but
Mukwango.
Muckawanga.
Mukwanago.
Mukwanago.
Wakaheski.
I think y'all played Scrabble and just like threw a bunch of letters down. Waukesha?
Waukesha.
Waukesha.
And Waukesha.
That's an easy one. Waukesha.
Or Menominee Falls. I've heard of that one.
Menominee Falls.
Menominee Falls?
Menominee Falls.
Menominee Falls.
Menominee Falls.
Oh, a hard one. Kawatana.
Kalkana?
Kionia?
Kakuna.
Kawakuna.
I have friends who live in Kaukauna. Go Pack, go.
The outboards that are changing everything. Get all the thrilling performance of an Evinrude E-Tech G2. Now from 150 to 300 horsepower.
Bass fishing's fun, but half of these tournaments is like a boat race, trying to beat everybody down the lake. And with that Evinrude E-Tech G2, it's like driving a Corvette. That thing is passing everybody.
And now, for a limited time, Evinrude's Run Fearless sales event includes 8 years of coverage on all E-Tech engines and accessories.
This is a whole other level. The G2 is awesome.
For details, visit evinrude.com.
There are easier ways to become a better angler. Join FLW today and take your fishing to the next level. Get the magazine, get on the water. Visit flwfishing.com/membership to find out more.
I've been living by the smallmouth. You live by him and you die by him. Nope.
That's going to be a small, nice fish, but he ain't gonna kill.
I got one.
Oh! It's a heart-stopping, emotional roller coaster for some of the best names in the sport of bass fishing, and you won't believe how it all ends.
Oh, it's a big one, dude. Giant.
Oh my gosh!
Total performance. Nowhere could it be more defined than in the Ranger Z series. With unparalleled advancements, these rigs are driven to dominate. Coupled with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and up to 500 hours with no dealer schedule maintenance, they're the ultimate fishing machines. The legendary leadership of the Ranger Z500 series. It's the kind of feeling nothing else can touch. Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
2 4-pounder.
Boys, welcome back everyone to the Mississippi River here in La Crosse, Wisconsin. And we're gonna go right back live on the boat with Andy Morgan. Now has 4 fish unofficially in the boat. So this new spot may be paying off for him, Vic.
Yep. He made a little move. I think he moved further up in that slough, and he's fishing all clean water. He said it was, I believe he said it was too shallow for him to even fish before. So all fresh water, you never know what's going to happen here. A lot of times as that water rises, it, you know, those fish go skinny.
I'll catch a couple more up through there. Too many willows to not catch a couple. We just better hope they're 3.5, 4s. Yeah, all up this row. Whether I need to look for some more of this or keep on moving.
And this is, Andy went through a pretty big lull. He only had 1 fish in live well for quite a while. Here's his second one. He said he might have figured something out right there.
All over that little fish there.
And immediately started hooking up
Like
quickly.
that one. You don't hit him in the face with it.
And the fishing's really heated up for him. I mean, along with these 3 keepers, now he's at 4 fish in live well. He's also caught a few shorts, so plenty of fish in this new water that he's fishing. Now this is back to our live look at Andy.
Oh, definitely colder now than this morning. Most definitely colder. Most definitely. Two more willows out here. Didn't even see them. Dadgummit. Dadgummit. Dadgummit.
I'm just gonna talk to this mic. You don't hook it up yet. I'll talk to you.
Little bitty limbs hanging down. You can't hardly get one under a willow. Them little suckers. Protect it. Oh yeah. Blast right through it. It had a 1-inch gap under it, he'd get it under there. Gotcha. Gotcha, sucker. Ah, darn it. I can't keep the hook in this son of a gun. About to get done. Don't sit there and fight that.
So right now we're going to the split screen. Still got Andy Morgan on the left, but now our first look at Matthew Stephan. Started the day in our top 5 at the number 5 spot. But for everyone watching him right now, everyone that's rooting for him, tuning in, you see that he's currently in our 9th place, only 1 fish. Not to fear. He's trying some new stuff. He talked to me this morning. He actually called me on the way to the lake, and we were able to talk about his game plan. And he's one of those anglers that really relied heavily.
So we started where we left off yesterday in a spot where I culled up twice with 2 nice smallmouth right at the end of the day. Did 2.5 and a 3-pounder.
So I kind of had high hopes for that, thinking that could pan out because I really didn't hit it hard. The day before I stopped in there just to look at it for 10 minutes. My co-angler caught a 4-pounder. We pulled in there and this morning caught one small keeper and then a couple of 12, 13-inch fish. So it didn't pan out real well, and then I ran to a spot where I lost a 2-pounder yesterday. I broke one off, actually, a spawning smallie, so I ran back. Caught him on the first cast, and then called a little bit of an audible, and we ran down on the south end of Pool 9. There's a couple of dike walls that we're fishing right now. It's just, you know, runs right out into off the main channel into this big flat. It's kind of a community spot. I know it gets hit pretty hard, but there's usually a lot of fish here. I fished it in practice, caught a 3 and a 2, and just figured I'd see what it's like with a little bit more water on it. I thought maybe it would be, you might get more fish that actually would congregate to it off these big river flats. And we made one pass. I caught about I don't know, close to a 2-pound largemouth. And so that's where we're at. We only got 3 for not much weight, 5, I don't know, 5.5 pounds, something like that. Still got a lot of time. What? I got 3 for like 5 pounds. So we're trying this. We're gonna give it a, I don't know, another 10, 15 minutes. I want to go and hit the other end of it as well. There was well, there's still one local guy on it. There was another local guy on it too. He just left. So it's definitely gotten some pressure already this morning, but I just know there's some quality fish that live here as well. I don't like, though, it's definitely a lot muddier than it was in practice. I don't feel like that is going to help us at all. Catch this fish on live. Nice smallie. Plan might be to stay here a little longer. Not a giant, but a, you know, 2-pounder, 2 1/4. I know they live here. He hit it so hard he almost knocked the rod out of my hand. It slipped on me. So the plan is to stick it out here a little longer. There's a whole nother side to it. It's a big dike. It's basically an E without the middle part of the E. So it runs from that stump way out there all the way to that rock pile, follows the main channel probably 1/8 of a mile, and then there's another arm that sticks off. and it's the two arms, the upstream and the downstream arm are the key spots. The middle part that runs parallel to the river kind of is just silted in over time, I think. But normally, you know, what happens, you get this current break, so the inside of this actually has a nice milfoil flat. It's not quite up fully yet, but in the summer it's a you know, a good spot because of that. And you know, it's one of those spots I know both smallmouth and largemouth use.
And everyone tuning in, you guys are watching FLW Live here on the old Mississippi River, but this is way north. We're all the way up in La Crosse, Wisconsin. And anyone that actually is in the area.
So based on what the barge
Yeah, coverage isn't too good right now.
Yeah, we're getting a little spotty, so this is a perfect time. Guys, this is the final day. We're going to be giving away checks today and a big old possible $125,000 to the winner. So if you guys want to go watch the live weigh-in with Chris Jones, head over to Veterans Freedom Park in La Crosse.
Gotta give yourself a little bit of time to push it.
And you guys can see how this thing shakes out live. And any of you guys that are not in the area, we're going to be stopping. We're going our live coverage all the way until 12:30 Central Time. So we got about 2 more hours. Then we're going to leave these anglers to fish for about 2 more hours on their own. And we'll be coming back with live coverage on FLW.com or FLWfishing.com with our final weigh-in with Chris Jones live. And it's really anyone's game. Look, the perfect time. We're going to look at the leaderboard here. A lot of things happening here. Schmidt, we've really talked a whole lot about him. It has been basically his day so far. Really, things have gone well, and it's so much time to fish. He's not locking down all the way to pool 9. He's in pool 8, so he has the full day to fish. Really has plenty of time to keep calling up. Wesley Schrader also making a nice run. He's got a decent limit going on, but we talked about that Mississippi 12. It's a lot of guys catching those 12-pound limits and stuff. It's really all about trying to get over that 12-pound hump, but if you get it early, you got plenty of time to cull out, try to find that golden 4-pound nugget that everyone's looking for.
That's the truth, and Brian's really doing a good job with that. Andy, you know, he's still at 4 fish, it looks like. Not really finding those big fish. I'm sure he's dying that he lost that 4-pounder earlier this morning. But guys moving things around. I mean, I don't think the fish are biting as good as they were first thing in the morning. It seems to have slowed down a little bit.
Well, look at number 4 spot, Josh Weaver. He has caught a 4-pounder every single day, and we just got word that he caught one that might be pushing 4 pounds today.
I'll tell you this, if he could put something together and catch 2 of those 4-pounders or possibly 3, that's a game changer, and I would say he'd be holding the big check this afternoon. So those are the kind of fish, I mean, he's figured out how to catch 1. He needs to figure out how to catch 3.
Yep, and he's in a spot that obviously has quality fish because he's caught pretty much all his fish off one little wing dam this tournament over the last 4 days. He said it's got a little eddy that's behind it, and the water clarity has not changed. All these guys are talking about the water's muddying up and everything. He says his water has remained consistent. He doesn't know for whatever reason, or maybe he's just not telling us his secret of how he found that spot, but there's no doubt about it. It's got quality fish and a whole lot of them because he's just been living off this spot, which is a rare thing to see. It's hard for one area to hold up 4 days for you, and he's shown that it might be able to happen for him.
That's exactly right. Well, it looks like we're back to Andy Morgan fishing that shallow water. And you know his mind's turning right now, what he needs to do to get some chunky bites.
I'm looking at our official leaderboard, and it actually says that he's filled out his limit. So we've got a replay that we're going to queue up in just a second, and he caught this within the last few minutes. So let's see how see if this is a quality one he's looking for. Wow.
Yep, that's what he's looking for right there.
Oh.
That's a little better quality right there. That's an old chunk. Take him. Is that 5? Is that right?
That one goes in the big live well. No bobber.
That one, yeah.
I'm going to say that's going to the weigh-in.
Yes. That one's going to lacrosse today. So with that fish, that bumped Andy back up to where he started the day in second place. And we've got him at about 11.5 pounds.
Yeah, finally stumbled around here and got us 5. Maybe on a little something that we can spend some time in. There's not that much of it, so we're going to catch them. We need to catch them here pretty quick. Or we're going to run out of willows and stuff here in just a few minutes, but definitely more productive than what we started on. Quality's not here. That last one was a good one, but those other 3 were teeny tiny. But we're going to take what we can get today. I knew change was coming for me, so this is what we adapted to. At least we're getting some bites. Makes you feel good anyway that the plan's somewhat working. Your guess, I should say, about a plan. I think that was a bite. I'm not sure.
And your guys' feed might be glitching up a little bit, but that's just part of live coverage here.
Yeah, definitely a bite. I don't know what it was, but something's on there.
You see he's thrown back in there. If that fish is bedding, he's got another shot at him. Textbook spot, base of a willow, right?
Freezing up a little bit. That's the price we got to pay with Andy Morgan. He's going to these backwaters. Seems like a lot of these anglers like to find those tucked away areas with no cell service.
Hey, we're back at the studio now, huh? That cell service is hurting us out there.
Yep, while we try to reboot that, we're going to just come to us and, you know what, Vic, tell me about what's going on, what you like with these anglers doing here. I mean, we're seeing Schmidt, he got those fish early, and we're already seeing him make adjustments. He's not settling for the limit he's got. He's really trying to already push that forward, exploring, you know, and giving some of his water a little rest while he explores, going back. And then you've got Andy Morgan also trying some new water, and it immediately looked like it paid off. I mean, he's catching, it looks like he's getting more bites than he was getting yesterday.
You know, and that goes back to that numbers game. You know, here we are on the Mississippi River, and it seems like the guys that are getting those better limits are catching more fish. You know, they're catching 10, 20, 30 fish, and then that's when they're weeding through to get those 3-pounders. So what Andy Morgan did, he made a move. You know, he got out of that area he was in and moved up a little bit, found some clear water, some new water, and which is a big key with Andy Morgan. He was beating that same area again and again and again. Now he popped a 3-pounder. And has a couple 2.5-pounders in his live well. He really needs to move forward. You know, we're looking at it from the outside. We're seeing the leaderboard. We're watching all these guys fish, so we know what Andy Morgan needs. Andy Morgan doesn't know. He knows he's gonna be chasing everything he can get to get that 15, 16, 17-pound bag. That's what he really needs to do today to make it happen. So he's putting his head down, going out flipping, and hopefully he's gonna put them all in the boat.
Absolutely, and the whole thing is that numbers, like you talked about, he's, you know, he was just saying, you know, he caught a bunch of little ones before that, which 2.5-pounders he's calling little ones, but then he stuck that 3-pounder, and that's exactly what they're looking to. You go through enough, you know, he had that 4-pounder come off, so that's really going to be that in the back of the head for the entire day until he can, you know, catch another 4-pounder, maybe release that little bit of pressure and stuff. But we are going to check back with these guys live in just a minute with some more live coverage, but first, a quick break.
Thank you. Maybe figure a little something out. You didn't want to buy a tongue on the rig. Hold it till it pops out. You got it.
Help. Clean it up.
A little better. Quality up there.
The outboards that are changing everything. Get all the thrilling performance of an Evinrude E-Tech G2. Now from 150 to 300 horsepower.
Bass fishing's fun, but half of these tournaments is like a boat race, trying to beat everybody down the lake. And with that Evinrude E-Tech G2, it's like driving a Corvette. That thing is passing everybody.
And now, for a limited time, Evinrude's Run Fearless sales event includes 8 years of coverage on all E-Tech engines and accessories.
This is a whole other level. The G2 is awesome.
For details, visit evinrude.com.
Hey, thanks, Dave.
Out of office? Oh, man.
Hi, this is Skeet.
Skeet, out of office?
Dude, don't be mad because I thought of it.
What?
I gotta go. I got someone on the other line. Go to teamgtfishing.com to check out my real job.
We're supposed to be working.
I am working.
Launching a Ranger aluminum boat that's cut full of holes may sound a little crazy, but with so much closed-sail foam inside, it's easy to see the added safety and stability. It's a huge confidence booster, especially with so much quality inside, along with ever-new E-Tech's unrivaled performance and 300 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance. Ranger aluminum is built to excel and priced to be yours.
Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
I've been living by the smallmouth. You live by him and you die by him.
Nope.
That's gonna be a small, nice fish, but he ain't gonna kill.
I got one.
Oh! It's a heart-stopping, emotional roller coaster for some of the best names in the sport of bass fishing, and you won't believe how it all ends.
Oh, it's a big one, dude. Giant.
Oh my gosh!
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before. Arm yourself.
Oh, there we go. Look at that.
The best bass anglers will compete June 15th through the 18th to win the FLW Tour on the Potomac River. Come to the expo at Smallwood State Park. Find out more at FLWfishing.com.
Total performance. Nowhere could it be more defined than in the Ranger Z series. With unparalleled advancements, these rigs are driven to dominate. Coupled with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and up to 500 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance, they're the ultimate fishing machines. The legendary leadership of the Ranger Z500 series. It's the kind of feeling nothing else can touch. Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
Welcome back, everyone, on the Mississippi here, La Crosse, Wisconsin. Sixth stop on the 2017 FLW Tour. This is our final day, and this is one of our anglers, Andy Morgan, that is definitely in the hunt to cash a big check here today.
That's right. He's up there as shallow as he can be. He's hunting, to say the least. You know, he's looking for those 4-pounders that might have moved up here, might be up here spawning. Still 2 rods on his deck, 2 flipping sticks.
God dang it.
Now, you don't see him make a bad cast too often, I can promise you.
In
I
2
thought it was
days.
only me that made bad casts.
In 2 days, that's about the first one I've seen. So.
Yeah, that's right. He is a machine when it comes to flipping.
And here's the location that really Andy's been spending all his time on. It's a big area, a lot of fishable water, and with the water rising, he even has more. He's saying that there's actually more water he's able to fish.
Absolutely. You see how far back in he is. You know, that's a giant slough way off the main river channel. And, you know, we talked about it earlier. You know, Andy's found an area. When you get way up in these sloughs, there's not a ton of new water coming in, so it'll be cleaner. It's a natural thing. You know, if you look down even further to the south, you can see even from Google right there that that's dirtier water, cleaner water up north. You know, that's an old picture, but that's what Andy's after. He's after that cleaner water. It is flooding, so it's going up. A lot of times those bass, as the water rises, they move shallower and shallower, you know, and I've seen them be like their backs are almost out of the water. In 6 inches of water, those bass will move right up. And they immediately spawn. This time of year, that's what they want to do. They're trying to spawn. Yeah, the weather conditions aren't perfect, But that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to move in there and do their thing.
And something that Andy keeps bringing up is that how surprised he is to catching smallmouth as well, and the mixed bag out of here. You know, those smallmouth, if you look at that map that we just saw, those guys are way back there. They're in those backwaters. They're ways away from that river channel. And, you know, he's made some theories about why they're there. You know, you got that hard bottom and stuff, but he said he has never, in all his years of fishing, he has never caught smallmouth like this in an area that you would assume is a largemouth area.
I agree. I'll tell you this, I would never guess it, ever. You know, now it makes sense because it's hard bottom, and it's out of the main current, you know, and that's what they want to get. There, he's got a good one.
This? Oh.
No. He's not
Never even
supposed to
pulled
be
the hook
doing
through.
that.
Wasn't no big one. It would have culled. Just two. That was the one I was hoping to lose today, not that big one, the first.
Look at this. Look at the hook set he's got, man. I could watch him set the hook. That's just textbook. Oh.
And a good fish.
Never even pulled the hook through. Wasn't no big one. He was on the other side of the tree, too. I could feel him pulling against the tree.
You know, the one advantage he's got when you're fishing spawning fish like this, that fish, you know, I'm sure he's marked where he lost those two fish, and I'll bet you before the end of the day, he'll take another cast at that spot, you know. So sometimes you get a second chance. Now we got the split screen up. This is what I like. Now we're back to Brian Schmidt, and you know that we haven't got to see him for a little bit. I don't know if he was out of the area or if the camera just wasn't coming in, but he looks like he's still throwing that swim jig out there.
Getting cold, but
now, Vic, break us down, because here's a location where Brian Schmidt is totally opposite from what Morgan is doing. You know, Morgan's up that backwater. Schmidt's basically right in the middle of the channel.
Yep, absolutely. And you know, it looks like, from what I see, it looks like he's made a little move, maybe up to that area where he caught him yesterday. But same kind of situation of where he started, if he is actually moved. You know, basically it's an island, and he's down current of that island. You know, there is still water flowing through, but it's definitely a weedy area that they do spawn, protected. And he's up there throwing his swim jig again. Totally different area. I say an area with probably more fish than where Andy's fishing, you know. I mean, these are areas that fish feed, they spawn, and you got post-spawn fish. So you got both, actually all three fish in the same area. So hopefully he's catching some numbers and calling up. You know, he's at that 14-pound range. Another couple pounds, he's gonna put some distance on these guys.
All right, so we decided to leave our our main spot, let it rest a little bit. You know, it seems like every day you get a little early deal and then a late deal, and yesterday was the same thing. So today I decided to make a little move a little earlier, come over here to where we caught, we had one big bite here yesterday. It was a good one. We, definitely needed it. And we're gonna play around in here just a little bit, bounce around in this area. It's just a big community area. It's a community area for a reason, because it's a good spot. This is just a little depression. I don't think a lot of guys found current washing through it. Perfect spot. It gave us one fish yesterday, so it might not give us anything, but we're gonna fish this for about 20 minutes, and we're gonna hit a couple spots, and then definitely 11:30, 12 o'clock on, we're gonna go back to our main deal and stick and stay and make them pay. But I think bouncing around right now, just mixing it up, it's anything could happen. We could get a big bite anywhere. It's just that time of day. It just slowed up where we were at, so we will see. But this particular spot I found the very first morning of practice, and didn't get many bites, but I got a couple, and kind of keyed me into what was going on a little bit. But we're 7-8 days, I don't even know how long since the first day of practice. A lot's changed. There's 2 foot more water right here, like everywhere in pool 8. But for the conditions, this is just, I would think they would use it. It's cold, the water temps dropped. Why not use a little deeper, use a deeper spot. They generally, that's what I think they do in grass, is they like a little bit of deeper water. But these fish up here, they're used to this stuff. But it's definitely a good place for them just to set up and just let the food come to them. It just seems like the middle of the day, mid-morning, it gets colder for some reason. And I don't know if the fish feel that, and then it warms up just maybe 2 degrees outside, and around lunchtime, and they start biting again. At least I hope they do. I feel like this cast I'm making is a productive cast. It's definitely in a high percentage area. You can't really see it, but the wind's blowing that way, but the grass is laying that way. The current's strong right through here. It's acting like the wind's easing up.
That wind going against the current like that, it actually kind of stalls it a little bit, so it's changing things, you know. It's making that current move a different direction. Wind's blowing dead against it. His power poles, he's got his power poles down, it looks like. Nose into the current, you know, which is kind of different. Just pulled them up. See all that good weeds.
That current-driven vegetation. You know, that's what Brian loves from the Potomac. He's used to dealing with tidal waters, so there's always those currents and things. There's those feeding windows. And he was talking about the feeding windows here. On the tidal waters, though, they're a little more predictable. You know, he knows when those tides change directions and things like that. That's when he can find those windows. Here, he hasn't completely figured out why it's happening, but he says it seems to be happening early, and then there's that afternoon lunch bite as well. And that's what he really got into yesterday, and put him in. That's really what put him in the lead for today, was that flurry he got between about 12:30 and 1:30 yesterday.
You just missed out on some good action. You just caught a big drum. Thought we had a good kicker fish there, but nope. We're gonna spend a few more minutes here on this dike, and then we're gonna get out of here. We are stuck on 4 fish.
Yeah, we're not getting a real good shot of Matt here. Could have watched him catch that big old sheephead. We call them sheepheads in the north, but they are always heart stopping when you catch a big fish like that at a tournament. Here you are, top 10, and you catch a big one and ends up being the wrong species.
Looks like things might have cleared up here for a sec at least. I really want to watch Matt because he talked to me this morning about the adjustments he's going to make and stuff. So this is what live is all about, is watching these guys make these adjustments on the fly and try to reconnect with some more fish.
Looks like he's throwing on a bar of some sort, you know, out in the main river. And we saw him catch a smallmouth earlier, so he's probably in a little rocky, gravelly area. You know, he's throwing across with a little swim jig. It looked like he had a little swim bait on the back. I couldn't tell exactly, but throwing something similar to what Brian Schmidt's throwing. A little more natural looking bait though.
And he's really relied on his, like we talked about, his GPS points that he had.
My bait? So right now I'm just throwing just a chatterbait with a skinny dipper as a trailer. The dike tops out at like a foot below the surface, and it's real jagged, I mean, it's rocky, but it's really spaced out rock, so crankbaits really get stuck very easily in it. And you know, with the dirtier water, I'm still looking to make something that makes some noise and that's kind of why I've gone with the chatterbait. You know, this area is really just it's a big dike wall that comes out into the main river flat off the main channel. Just big
So he changed over to a chatterbait. I did see that little.
It is it's definitely a community spot. It's not a secret by any means, but there's a lot of fish that usually hang out here. I was hoping to come down here and maybe pop a couple good ones, but I just don't think conditions are quite right for this either, because the water's really muddy rolling over it, and you got the wind blowing up against it as well, coming from the south. It just kind of, it's not setting up exactly the way I'd like it to set up. It doesn't feel quite right. I've caught the 2 fish, but we've been fishing here now. I've made 3 passes down it, and we caught 2 fish. So this last pass, we didn't have anything. So I think we're gonna make a move here in the next couple of casts and kind of get back on the same molly deal that I've been working. I'm gonna go just a couple. Map, they look all right. So we'll see. I still firmly believe if you can find a fresh stretch of spawners, you know, you could have 15 pounds in a matter of 20 minutes or not.
So spawning fish still coming into his mind, you know, it got him where he's at right now. So here he is out looking for feeding fish, but I have a funny feeling he's gonna sneak back in and look for some spawners.
That's what he had brought up this morning. Even though he's out of his GPS bedfish, he's really certain that there is a stretch somewhere around there that has got 17 pounds worth of smallies. And so right now he's going to kind of he's got some ideas and stuff, and he's going to be checking out a bunch of water that he's fished in the past. And then he's got another stretch that I think he started the morning, and I would imagine we're going to see him go to a couple times, but on day 1, he saw an area that looked good, but he didn't go to it. And on day 2, he finally he had his limit early, and he goes, "I'm going to go try this." They roll up. Co-angler catches a 4-pounder on the first cast, and so he decided to leave that alone in case he needed it later on in the tournament. And yesterday, he caught a couple decent ones out of there, and so today he said he was going to be going back to that quite a few times. So we're going to jump back over to our current leader, Brian Schmidt. And Brian keeps talking about those bite windows too. We started the day, he was just smacking them. Really seems like he's hit a lull right now.
Well, and the key thing too is he, you know, if you look at the fish that he's got in his live well, they're all close to 3 pounds.
Well, we're going to make a couple more casts here, and then we're going to go hit a couple more spots in here quickly. Just trying for that lone wolf that, you know, no bites yet in here. Doesn't mean there's nobody home, but just trying to put it together.
And Vic, there's still a lot of time
Yeah,
left in this tournament.
you know, everybody wants to win, and I'm not saying that I'm any different. I want to win. You know, I consider myself a big-time competitor. I want to win a lot, but I've had success at the Costa level and, all the levels in FLW. I've had, a lot of Costa wins, and I'm proud of it, but, a tour win, I think would, it would be pretty special to add that to what I've done, and that's a tough thing to do. I think the opportunities to win a tour event don't come along too often. All these guys are really good, and you just have to have like a magical week. So to answer your question, it would be huge for me, I think, man. Not necessarily the money, but just the trophy would be it could be life-changing for me, for sure. I've wanted to win one of these since I started fishing the tour, and I've had a couple opportunities to be pretty close at it. I feel this is definitely my best shot at one. So, I want it. I want it bad. I might not show it. I might not show a lot of emotion, man, but I am full of it right now. I'm just trying to really concentrate. Hopefully things will work out. Whoever wins this event, if it's not me, I will shake their hand, congratulate them. You earn it this week. It's with these conditions, I mean, it's unbelievable. But we will see. We still got a good chunk of our day. Hopefully we'll be the most productive. This morning was pretty productive. By far the best morning I've had. So I'm sure I wasn't the only one catching like that. It's just, it might have been river wide. They were biting. But I think we're gonna make a couple casts, man, and we're gonna pick up and we're gonna explore on 2 spots in here. They gotta bite quick, fast, and in a hurry. And then we're gonna go back to the juice and sit. I just don't feel like exploring, too heavy at 11 o'clock on the final day of an event, with a shot to win. But you do explore and you catch that big bite, you're a hero. But we, this morning, we had quite a few bites that missed it as well. I do not think we caught them all. The pattern's been a group will bite in the morning. It's like, I don't know if they just reposition and a fresh batch shows up in the afternoon. Hopefully that will happen again today. And they seem to get bigger every afternoon too. But man, I would love to get a bite right here, I tell you. I know there's a fish, a good fish, right through here. It's too textbook of a spot, but they don't want to play, they don't want to play. One more cast, buddy.
You guys are tuned in right now to FLW Live. This is our day 4 coverage here on the Mississippi. We're going to be going for about another hour and 20 minutes of coverage.
Let's move.
And this is the guy that is our unofficial current leader, and he has been fishing a fantastic tournament.
A little look at this morning. Boy, this was exciting. I mean, here we go out of the gate. He catches 5 fish pretty quick and some good fish. That was the key, you know, some of those fish, you know, he got those 2.5, 3 pounders that he really needed.
Number one, didn't take long.
The reason he's got a big smile there too, because he was thinking worst case scenarios when he got out there. He had a lot of different ideas. If these fish didn't respond right away, he had some ideas. He was going to maybe throw some blade bait, spinner bait, chatter bait, maybe try to increase his strike zone a little bit. But when he went out there and immediately hooked up with a nice fish, that's a big smile, because he went, oh man.
Smallmouth.
They're still cooperating the same way.
Absolutely, and you think about what's going through his mind now. Now you're getting partway through the day. He's up for his first tour win. You know, he is so excited. And like he said, you know, he might not be showing it right now, but he knows he's sitting in pretty decent shape. You know, he doesn't get to watch the rest of the field like what we're watching, but he's got those better than average bites that are key to this river. Instead of that 12-pound bag, he's got that 14-pound bag, which is key. So now he knows that if he can get back to that other spot, check a couple spots, and then get back over to where he started, he's going to go over there and see if he can milk 1 or 2 more of those 3-pounders, get him up to that 15-pound range,
I think this is a nice one.
and put him at his first tour victory, which is going to be key. I mean, he's got to be psyched. I'm psyched watching him.
Yes, absolutely. And,
Ooh, baby.
One guy that's going to try to make it as difficult as possible for Brian Schmidt to get that first tour victory is the guy that's looking for his second tour victory, and that's Andy Morgan right now. I'm hearing that Andy Morgan just had another one come off. It seems that he might be backseating his cameraman right now. We're seeing some shrubbery and everything show up in front of the camera.
Yep, he's in the jungle. And if he's missing another one, he needs to put these things in the boat. And I mean, he knows it.
That wind sure is brutal. You dang right. I couldn't tell what that was. It wasn't no bite. It just got tight. In a strange place. The only thing I'm doing any different from what I was doing this morning is I just got out of the current, basically. You can look out through there and probably see the color change. Color change comes all the way in this pocket. I mean, it's just a lot cleaner in here. Actually, the wind's blowing a bunch of it, you know, on back on this left-hand side. I'm just fishing the right-hand side to stay in the cleaner water. Hey, you
I think he was getting ready to catch one, and that camera just shut off.
And it's water. It's 2 foot of well. It's one. No.
We're going to give this a couple more seconds here and see if we don't get a clear feed going through, but oh. But I'd really like to stay with Andy Morgan right now because it looks like he's it looks like he likes where he's at, and so I'm enjoying watching it.
Oh, it's clean. Clean, clean, clean.
We talked about how significant it would be for Schmidt to actually get his first win, but you know, Morgan hasn't had a tour win. He's only had one tour win, and that was all the way back to 2007. But Eddie Morgan, by all means, is considered one of the greatest anglers of all time. They call him the GOAT. He's got, in the last 4 years, he's won the AOI title 3 times. So absolutely amazing angler. It would be a really cool thing. I know there's a lot of anglers that would really enjoy seeing him get the win on this one as well.
Absolutely. I mean, think of that. 3 Angler of the Year titles in 4 years. And I mean, if you look back in history, even all the top 10s, top 20s, I mean, he is Mr. Consistent. You know, it doesn't matter where they go, he does it. You know, and he's had some other close Angler of the Year, you know, lose it right at the last year type setups. So he's been close all the time. I mean, he's always at the top of his game. And here he is setting himself up again, you know, I mean, he's there.
I cannot get this thing going today. Randy. Dipshit.
we're gonna jump up one of these nice split screens here. We've got Andy Morgan on the left, but then Matt Stephan on the right, and he's fishing some totally different water right now. This resembles more of that water that he was fishing yesterday, and I believe over the course of the tournament. But if I understood him right this morning, I think this is brand new water. This isn't stuff that he's really hit hard. This might be that spot he found on day 2 that he's kind of left alone. But he's really looking for a new stretch of smallies that are up on beds that he hadn't found earlier.
Yeah, that's what you were talking about, that 17 to 18 pound stretch of bank that might have some smallies. Notice, looks like he's fishing man-made structure again. Looks like a road. You got riprap, you know, classic spot for those smallies to spawn. Little out of the current, and he's trying to find that magic bank that he can put some more smallmouth in the boat.
And the one thing he has going for him is he has been on this water. He understands. He's been on this lake. He knows, you know, he's found those bedding fish and pre-fish and through the tournament. He knows what he's looking for, and he can go back to his memory, back to history, and say, okay, I know that there's some banks that line up over here that are similar to that, and so he's got a little bit higher percentage of finding that quality water that he's looking for. And Stephan fishing very similar to what we saw him doing yesterday, just fishing that first couple feet. He's looking for those fish that are up bedding, slowly working that bank. And we got a lot of things going on. This is going to be interesting how this thing plays out through the rest of the day, because we've got our top 2 guys sticking to their guns. They're going with their dance partner that got them there. But then we've got these guys that are on their heels, and they keep changing up what they're doing, which is what they need to do. That's how they're going to find that bite that's going to give them that 17, 18-pound limit, give them a shot at actually winning this thing. But we're going to find out and watch some more live action here on FLW Live after another short break.
The outboards that are changing everything. Get all the thrilling performance of an Evinrude E-Tech G2. Now from 150 to 300 horsepower.
Bass fishing's fun, but half of these tournaments is like a boat race, trying to beat everybody down the lake. And with that Evinrude E-Tech G2, it's like driving a Corvette. That thing is passing everybody.
And now, for a limited time, Evinrude's Run Fearless sales event includes 8 years of coverage on all E-Tech engines and accessories.
This is a whole other level. The G2 is awesome.
For details, visit evinrude.com.
I've been living by the smallmouth. You live by him and you die by him.
Nope. That's gonna be a small, nice fish, but he ain't gonna kill.
I got one.
Oh! It's a heart-stopping, emotional roller coaster for some of the best names in the sport of bass fishing, and you won't believe how it all ends.
Oh, it's a big one, dude. Giant. Oh my gosh!
What is this meeting about again?
Fishing. Took my boat, boom, jumped over it, and I caught a giant. It was like a whale. 29 pounds, baby! That's the last time I danced on stage. Wow. Chief Fishing Officer. How do I get that job? I don't know.
Go to teamgtfishing.com to find out more about my real job.
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before. Arm yourself.
The tools used to work hard have evolved through the years. They've helped us build nations, move mountains, drive ourselves harder. But one thing has never changed: the DNA of hard work, handed down from generation to generation to generation. That's why the DNA of our hardworking protection will always remain the same. Introducing the next evolution of hardworking protection. Shell Rotella.
Total performance. Nowhere could it be more defined than in the Ranger Z series. With unparalleled advancements, these rigs are driven to dominate. Coupled with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and up to 500 hours with no dealer schedule maintenance, they're the ultimate fishing machines. The legendary leadership of the Ranger Z500 series. It's the kind of feeling nothing else can touch. Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
Welcome back, everyone, to our continued live coverage. We're back here in the studio. Vic Vadalero, thank you for joining us. Great insight, man. It's been a privilege to have him here in the office or in the studio with us this weekend, and really giving us some colorful views of what's going on out there.
I'll tell you, it's been exciting. You know, I don't get to watch this stuff a lot. Getting to see these live feeds, getting to sit and be here and do all this, it's exciting. I hope everybody at home is enjoying it like we are. I'll tell you, I sit here and watch Andy Morgan, watch these guys fish. It is, there's nothing like it. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. Getting to watch live feeds like this, I think it's just state of the art, you know, what's going on.
So. And speaking of you viewers at home, thank you guys very much for tuning in. I'm getting a bunch of texts from a lot of people back out west. And so those guys have to get up extra early. It starts, FLW starts at 6:30 a.m. out there. And so big shout out to Victoria, Dwayne, Donnie Dunstone, and my little brother, Spencer Moran, also fishes the FLW. All those guys are having a viewing party, having a good time. And any of you guys that are watching, send us your pictures on social media, whether it's Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, hashtag FLW Live or FLW Fishing, and send us your setups. We want to see how you guys are watching, how you guys have the setup. Is it in your man cave? Are you sitting on the couch? Whatever it is, send it over, and we are going to go through those a little bit later.
That's outstanding. I'll tell you this, I know my wife and sons are back there at home right now watching, so I got to say hello to them back there. My little son Victor and Vinny sitting there watching on the couch, getting to watch this live. It's outstanding. So
now, look at this. This is what it's all going to boil down to. This is our 6th event, but we're going to have one more. We've got that next 7th event at the Potomac. These are the guys that are adding the numbers. They're doing the math right now because you want to be in that 35th spot or higher so you can make the Forest Wood Cup. So we've got a lot of guys on the bubble here. Austin Felix, he's sitting in that 35th spot, had a great tournament. So he had moved up to this. This tournament got him right on that cut line. If he has a good performance at the Potomac, he's going to make that cut and have a chance at a big payday.
And a great payday. And this is what these guys fish for all year long. You know, they add up these points. These guys sit and think in their mind what they have to do at every event. Here they're going over to the Potomac. Now they really have to put their head down, work really, really hard to make the biggest tournament of the year, you know, and go fish for $300,000, $400,000 and a chance to have that giant trophy, that Forest Wood Cup.
And some good news for all of you guys that are enjoying FLW Live. We're actually taking the show on the road. We're going to be at the event, and we're going to be doing 3 days, not just our normal 2 days of coverage. We're going to be going all 3 days with live coverage so you guys can really see the majority of the action that unfolds and these best anglers fishing at their best.
That is great. And I mean, that's going to be a whole new level too. So here we go. I mean, we're setting it up. Hopefully Brian Schmidt is really putting his head down. It looks like he still hasn't added any more weight to his score, but I think he's going to have a great tournament out there.
And the best part about what Brian Schmidt is doing, he's having a great tournament here. He keeps saying that it's fishes just like his home water in the Potomac. Well, guess where we're going next? We're heading to his home water on the Potomac, and so he has a great finish. If he were to finish first, this would be amazing because he'd have so much momentum. But wherever he finishes right now, and this is a great warm up for this next event to finish out the season for him. So he's got to be really happy about how things are going that way.
Yep, and seeing how Andy Morgan's doing here, we're going to go live to Andy, and he's still up in that cover flipping and doing what he does best.
And just a reminder for any of you guys looking to head over to the weigh-in today, that's going to be at Veterans Freedom Park in La Crosse. They've been a great host for us during this tournament, and we invite you guys to explore La Crosse. Check out the hashtag Explore La Crosse. Or explorelacrosse.com as well. I've been watching their videos and commercials that have been playing this, and I love it, man. It's going to be, it's a fun place.
Absolutely.
And then also we'll be having that expo starting at 12 o'clock as well. That's always a fun time. You've got a lot of the pros that stick around, hang out with people that want to ask questions and stuff and learn a little bit. And then there's also a bunch of cool things for the kids to do. So really a lot of food there as well. So it's a family affair. And then of course we will be crowning a champion on the Mississippi here with Chris Jones at 4 o'clock. Andy freezing up a little bit more, but Vic, I'm looking at the our unofficial leaderboard that we can see in the studio. We can kind of see unofficial weights of all the fish these anglers have right now, and it really seems like a lot of fish have been caught. The majority of the field has filled out their limit or is about to fill out their limit, and with a lot of time to fish. You know, that usually that 12 o'clock, noon time kind of marks that shift. A lot of guys structure their game plan around that noon. They go, okay, at noon, if I have this, I'm going to do this. At noon, if I don't have this, I'm going to do this. And so we're hitting that noon o'clock there, and these guys, with them having their limits, there may be a lot of guys swinging for the fences, trying different stuff, and you've got a lot of top anglers in this top 10 that really have a lot of potential. When they're just going out looking for, basically looking for grand slams, we may see some interesting things unfold between the time that we leave the live coverage at 12:30 and then when we see them walk across that stage at 4 o'clock in La Crosse.
I agree, and you see some good fish in there. You see the size of some of those fish, some of those 3-pounders, which are key bites, another 3.5, 4-pounder here and there. So those quality bites are coming today, and that can make the difference. I mean, when you're talking a 1 or 2 pound spread between these weights, a 4-pounder goes a long way. We talked about it yesterday. These guys have the chance. Anybody in this top 10 can come away and win this tournament. So I guarantee there's nobody in that top 10 that's given up yet, and they're out to get him. You know? So
yeah, we've talked a whole lot about Brian and Andy, but then you look at the number 3 spot right now, Josh. He's got a solid limit, 12.5 pounds right there. But he's the guy that's able to catch that big fish. He's got the biggest fish so far in the tournament. He's caught in a 4+ every single day, including today. He's got a 4-pounder in that limit right now. If he's going to pull this off, he's going to need another 4, maybe 2 of those 4s. But if there's one guy that could do it, it's definitely him in the spot he's been fishing.
And he's sitting in the right spot right now. So he just, somehow or another, he needs to figure out how to catch 2 more of those 4-pounders. And that's what he's thinking about all afternoon, I guarantee it.
It looks like we've got clear reception right now with Andy. I'm sure we'll get at least another 20 to 30 seconds out of this. He's definitely cutting those corners, making it, keeping the back motor on his feet here. The cameraman not allowed to doze off here.
At least they're not in the south, they don't have to worry about too many snakes dropping down out of those trees. You bump those trees in the south, those snakes like to fall right in your boat.
Now looking at some numbers right now, Vic, Andy Morgan had his limit yesterday by 9:03. Okay, we got specific numbers here. Day 4 today, he had his limit at 10:23. So hour and 20 minutes more it took him to get that limit. So things are, obviously things are a little bit different today. He's making those adjustments. But the one good news that he's already, and this is how much time management they're doing. He already has looked up the barge schedules and stuff, saw that a barge is coming through at 12, but that's the only one that looks like it's on the schedule, so he'll be able to get in after that and should have an easy time getting back to the weigh-in on time, which means he's going to have he's going to have an hour and a half or so more time to actually get to fish these areas.
Yeah, compared to yesterday, he said he had to lock up early yesterday. And once he went above the dam, He did not catch any more fish or add any to his live well. So an hour and a half in the afternoon, you know, when that sun comes out, you know, that sometimes can turn him on for these flipping fish. You know, it puts them tighter to the cover, right where he wants them to be. He can make the perfect cast and put the right ones in the boat.
Yep, but with Brian Schmidt going through that flurry of fish later in the day, that was when you know, Andy Morgan was most likely making his move. You know, he was traveling and having to then go to, you know, secondary or just his backup water in pool 8 basically, where today, you know, he might be on his best water during that the best time of the day during that bite window that might happen. So
it would change everything. I think he can't believe he didn't catch a fish in that last little bush. You could see it in his face.
it's hard to really tell because it's so pixelated right now, but if you look in the background, it doesn't look like it's too windy. That wind he might be protected a lot there, but it looks like in the wide open right there, you're not seeing that big wind coming through. The other thing is it looks like I'm seeing little blue skies peeking through. So this day, if it heats up, like you said, the bite might also heat up for him.
Let's move on, my man. Every time my stuff after that. Oh.
We got takeoff. Huh? Okay.
Yep, he's live. Looks like he's back in that spawning area again, huh? Protected, rocky. He's got his Cinco on.
Now, one of the things that a lot of these anglers were echoing was these fish, because of this cold weather and stuff, they're not moving up. They're not replenishing these areas. But once again, with that sun, if we get a little warm weather, these fish might be real quick to move up.
I came in here and I had one roll on a topwater bait. I don't think it's a real big one, like a 2-pounder. So I came in here just to try to catch it, fill out my limit, and then we'll get moving. I don't know exactly where it's at. It was somewhere between that rock and the dock. So it's just a matter of kind of soaking, see if I can get it to go. Just make me feel better having 5.
And that last point to things warming up and these fish moving, these northern fish are used to taking advantage of small warm weather windows. You know, they don't need much. They see that sun come out, they're jumping out there and getting as much sun as they possibly can because it gets cold up there. It doesn't last too long.
It was also almost a week ago when I found it, so who knows if it's still even here. I don't know if that was her or not. Him. I hope it's a him.
Looks like he still had a few waypoints left, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. And Stephan talking about what his pattern was in pre-fish is he was throwing that top water, he was throwing a popper, throwing a prop bait, and not looking necessarily to catch fish. What was happening is these fish would come up and smack it or come up and roll on it, and he would then see where they went back down, you know, what angle they went back in, and then he would look at the shoreline. He would GPS the spot so he knew the area, but then he would look at the shoreline and he would get some identifying features that gave him the exact spot of where that was. And he would say, you know, the big boulder in front of the lay down tree right there. And then he would make those notes on his graph. And so when he came back and fished those through the last 3 days, and now even today, he can go back and really pitch the exact spot, slow down, and get those fish.
You're just trying to pick apart the area. The thing is, it's such a slow. They almost don't want it moving. They just want it sitting there, and you'll be watching your line, and all of a sudden it just starts swimming off to the side. But I'm getting ready to pick the topwater back up and see if I can get him to show himself again. These river fish spawn so quick that I'd say the odds are they're probably moved out already, but it's worth trying. I was just down in the area. I've got another one, couple docks down, I'd say. That if this one doesn't go, we'll go try that one. Water is really getting clear, especially over here. Clearer than it has been. Not sure why that is, but you'd think.
Looks like we got Brian Schmidt back where he started, huh?
Is he back on that corner?
It kind of looks like it.
Very nice. And when he was here before, he smacked them, but they were all the smaller fish, you know, and the smaller fish were
fish right here is ridiculous.
Getting ready to say that they're not here. Maybe we can find another one.
It's a fish.
Did you see that? He was trying to shake it off.
Oh, no.
Damn, boy. God, dog. See the size of that fish? I thought I was hung up. Oh, Lord have mercy. That was a big fish.
Lost a good one.
Woo, Lord.
See, he thought he was snagged. Which I can tell you I've done myself. Kind of lift and start to shake and feel him swimming off, and you're like,
you all right?
You don't get a good hook set.
Yep, nothing worse than you trying to shake that bait free, and it shakes the rod. Oh man,
Look at Yeah, see, he was shaking at it. He didn't.
It's a fish.
Either that or he popped off. But it was a good fish.
Boy! God, dog! See the size of that fish? I thought it was hung up.
Hey, Vic, you're totally right. That could have been exactly what happened as well. He might have been snagged out, and that's something that guys will literally go out and try to do is hang up their jigs and stuff on that little gravel, and that little pop. Those bigger fish will sometimes look at that nose down on it, and that little tiny pop out of there, that's when they hit it, and that may have been what happened.
That was on a shaky head. Just lost another one.
Well, I've just lost 2 big fish in a row. The first one, I thought I was just in the rocks. I can't even feel my line because of the wind, and the fish had it and was swimming with it. Second one, I don't know, but I threw a shaky head up there, and fish have moved in here big time right now, but I kept saying all day, there's got to be one big one here, and that was her. It was definitely a 3.5, maybe even better. Like I said, I just didn't even know it was a fish. I thought I was hung on a rock. It's kind of embarrassing. But you don't like to lose fish like that. I'll tell you, it's in a half. There's a pile of them right here.
And we can just something else. Because he missed, I think that's 4
get
fish
old
he's
big
missed.
in the boat.
Now he's back to the shaky head.
Because they just may not be, they may not be committing to that bait. But
anyway, we're gonna stay in here the rest of the day. I haven't lost any good ones all week till now. It's the way it goes. You catch all the little ones, but you ain't gonna catch the big ones.
I think Schmidt's been bit on the last 6 casts.
It's amazing how these fish just load in certain little spots. That bite right there, I'm really trying to keep my emotions about me, because that's the kind of bite we definitely been looking for all day. That was a heavy fish. Need to stand over there, because when you stand, it lifts that pole up. Man, that hurts so bad, dude. It's a game of ounces on this lake, this river. That was a pound and a half coal. But that's how it goes. I've been saying all day there's got to be a big one right here. Just there's too many fish. All right, we'll get another one. Weird how they're really stacked right here. That was a big one there. Yeah. I didn't even know it was on there, man. I thought it was rock. It's a rookie move.
He ain't too happy about that.
We still live?
I think he's now 7 for 7 getting bites on cast.
All my family and friends watching. I'm sorry about that one. That was a mistake. Hopefully we'll get another shot.
Looks like the feed's freezing up a little bit on us, but
yeah, I was waiting for him to catch another fish.
Yeah, I wanted to see how long he can keep this stretch going. You know, he has said over and over this place is loaded with fish, but holy cow, I would love to be out there fishing right now. But you guys, we're going to use this moment to actually take our last break in live coverage because I can't wait to get back and see how the last 30 minutes go because stuff seems to be really heating up for these anglers, and we have some exciting live coverage coming up for our last 30 minutes when we return in just a short minute.
Pretty big.
The outboards that are changing everything. Get all the thrilling performance of an Evan Root E-Tech G2. Now from 150 to 300 horsepower.
Bass fishing's fun, but half of these tournaments is like a boat race, trying to beat everybody down the lake. And with that Evinrude E-Tech G2, it's like driving a Corvette. That thing is passing everybody.
And now, for a limited time, Evinrude's Run Fearless sales event includes 8 years of coverage on all E-Tech engines and accessories.
This is a whole nother level. The G2 is awesome.
For details, visit evinrude.com.
Oh, there we go. Look at that. The best bass anglers will compete June 15th through the 18th to win the FLW Tour on the Potomac River. Come to the expo at Smallwood State Park. Find out more at FLWfishing.com.
The tools used to work hard have evolved through the years. They've helped us build nations, move mountains, drive ourselves harder. But one thing has never changed: the DNA of hard work. Handed down from generation to generation to generation. That's why the DNA of our hardworking protection will always remain the same. Introducing the next evolution of hardworking protection. Shell Rotella.
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before. Arm yourself.
I've been living by the smallmouth. You live by him and you die by him.
Nope. That's gonna be a smallie. It's a nice fish, but he ain't gonna kill.
I got one.
Oh! It's a heart-stopping, emotional roller coaster for some of the best names in the sport of bass fishing, and you won't believe how it all ends.
Oh, it's a big one, dude. Giant. Oh my gosh!
Total performance. Nowhere could it be more defined than in the Ranger Z series. With unparalleled advancements, these rigs are driven to dominate. Coupled with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and up to 500 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance, they're the ultimate fishing machines. The legendary leadership of the Ranger Z500 series. It's the kind of feeling nothing else can touch. Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
20 Cotter.
Welcome back to our final day coverage. This is our last 30 minutes of live coverage here on the Mississippi River for the 6th stop on the FLW Tour. We're back with our guy that we left. He was hot, on fire right now, catching, I think, 7 bites and 7 casts, but missing a lot of those fish, so making little adjustments. And while we just took that short break, he actually caught one that he had to actually put on the balance beam. Not sure if that actually called out, but regardless, it wasn't going to do too much of a call because it was really, it looked like it was really close. But this bank he's on right now, he's been saying it's loaded, and it seems like it might really be loaded.
Yeah, that was a good little cold. That was a few ounces for sure. I think, you know, the fish should bite now, hopefully, till we got to go in. I would feel really, really good with that one I just lost. I mean, really good. But that's how that goes. You know, we're gonna fish hard. Hopefully we'll get a couple bites, man. A couple big bites. Obviously there's still a few around. I might even go up some of this rock on the inside edge. I mean, the water's come up 2 feet. What's to say a few haven't moved on to that rock? Who knows? But we got to use this area for all it's worth right now.
Now let's take a quick look at that fish he caught during our break.
Big one.
He said, you know, many times throughout this tournament, this is going to be a game of ounces. Every little bit helps, and that's been one of his strengths in this area. Is these fish have been healthy fish. They just weigh a little bit more. They just, you know, have just a little bit bigger belly than other fish the same length and size. And so that's really been something that's gotten him to this point.
I don't know how to judge my fish. I haven't been good at judging them all week.
A lot of fish right there. That fish was on the bank.
And we talk about that 12 o'clock adjustment too, that kind of that halfway mark. You know, right now, Brian Schmidt's sitting on his best water now. You know, and he kind of said that he's going to stay committed to that, and he pulled up just before noon. And now we just got word Andy Morgan is making a move. He's fished that water for, I don't know, the last couple hours, but he is now making an adjustment, and we haven't had a live feed on for a while, so he may be making a pretty big move. This could be a bold adjustment on his part, and but everybody right now, everyone about to fill out their limits. There's only 2 anglers that don't have a limit right now. It's Austin Felix and Matt Stephan. But you can believe there's a lot of shuffling going on right now. There's a lot of boats moving and making those now second half of the day adjustments and looking to really try to get those bigger fish. They all know they're going to need to weigh in some big fish if they want a chance at the big check. Here we go. This may be what this tournament's coming down to is these two guys right here. We got the current unofficial leader, Brian Schmidt, and then Andy Morgan has finally started fishing the area he made a move to, although it looks identical to what he's been fishing all week here. So,
but it's at fresher water, you know, so you never know. When you're flipping, it's nice to go to some fresh water where that hasn't seen your bait, you know, for 4 days, and sometimes that'll make something happen, you know. And Brian Schmidt, he's playing the game of numbers, you know, numbers and numbers of fish, calling up with ounces. You know, I think it's key. That's the difference. You know, you haven't seen Andy catching lots and lots of fish today. So it's harder for him to call up unless he gets those big bites. So Brian's doing what he needs to do.
Not gonna help.
No, we didn't. I came in here day 2. I'm just gonna cross the slough here. I'm gonna idle.
This one over there?
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. I don't know if y'all can see that at home. Can you see that?
I don't see anything. That don't mean
Spitting off crayfish.
Oh, no.
I don't see anything. I see one on the high side of the
They're
dam.
gobbling on crayfish. You see that? And they got some orange. And you know, I saw one of those swim jigs he was throwing. Had some orange in there.
He's spinning. Come on, fish. Give me a big bite.
When you're looking at those side-by-side weights too, you know, we've got Andy's down about 3 pounds. The one thing about Andy Morgan's limit right now is that when we're looking at our board here in the studio, he's got one that they're saying is about 1.5 pounds. So a quality fish could really bump his limit up. You know, he catches at 3.5, 4-pounder, that like the one maybe he possibly missed earlier, that could be a huge call. He really is possibly just one good fish away from making this very, very close.
And I think he knows it. You know, I think he knows he's right there. He's a bite away, 2 bites away. You know, and that's the way he's fishing. You know, he's quiet. He's thinking. You know, he's looking for that target and trying to make something happen. Fishing new water.
And 9 out of our 10 anglers right now have limits. I don't know this for a fact, but I don't think we've left a live feed before up until this event that all anglers have had their limits before we've stopped the live feed. So this is everyone making a push right now. Everyone showed up with their A game, and you know, the next few hours, I'm really going to look forward to watching this live weigh-in a little bit later and seeing what anglers, you know, taking a snapshot of what the positioning are right now, and then see where everyone shakes out here at the end.
Where it shuffles. You know, it says a lot for the fishery too. You know, people don't think of the Mississippi River as a great bass fishery, but you know, you talk to these anglers, they're catching 20, 30, 40, 50 bass a day. You know, that's a great fishery. I don't care what you say. You know, yeah, they're not catching 5, 6 pounders, but you know, that's a lot of fun. These fish look like they pull pretty hard because they're river fish. You know, when you're fishing in current, these fish pull pretty good. It had to be a fun tournament for a lot of guys, especially for these 2 right here.
Yep. And we saw is a lot of different patterns too. These guys getting to fish a lot of different ways and really find what they enjoy fishing. And you know, no better example than the split screen up right now.
See, he put something orange on right there. At least it looked like it.
He knows he has a wad of fish right there, so he can start switching up some little baits and things and try to figure out what they really are going to respond to the best. We're winding down to our last 4 to 5 minutes here out on the water with these guys. Then they're going to have another 3 hours to fish. And the big difference between today and yesterday is that Andy Morgan is going to get around about maybe even an hour, 15 minutes more of fishing time in his productive water, in his best water down in Pool 9. And so that can make all the difference because these shorter days, because of them having to lock up, can really affect things. But right now, he's looking for one fish. I mean, he's got about 3 hours left to look for one quality fish.
Lots of time.
Mm-hmm.
One bite, that's going to be a wild deal there, me through this limb.
Looked like he went on point right there.
Yeah. He may just be anticipating.
Get out of here.
So this may be our last
No,
look
we're going back to the back.
At Andy
Andy
Morgan.
Morgan. Yep, he's going to make his move here. So here you go, seeing him make an adjustment. You can tell he's understanding what he needs to do here, and if only we could see what was going through his head. I mean, I know he's got a lot of things he's weighing out and assessing, going on past experience. The guy knows river systems, so it's definitely going to be an interesting weighing here come 4 o'clock Central Time.
All right, well, was that a day of fishing or what?
That was a fishy day. We got to see a lot of fish catches and a lot of action. Really get to see all these anglers fish different strategies, which is always a lot of fun. A lot to learn when we're doing that.
No doubt. And, I don't know the last time, you think about fishing shows, what you get to watch on a fishing show. Never can you imagine that you could watch live coverage and get to see so many fish catches on film. I mean, these guys are tearing them up. And the feeds weren't even that good. We didn't get to get all 5 cameras live all the time, because these areas are remote. The cell service was tough. So what a great day on the water for these guys.
Absolutely, Vic. And before we leave everyone, let's take a last look at this leaderboard here. Let's break down some of the top anglers. And feel free to make some predictions if you'd like to, Vic. Brian Schmidt, he jumped out. He led the tournament going into the final day today and just jumped out on these fish immediately and has really led the day wire to wire. But we just left Andy Morgan. We can see he's not going to go down without a fight. He's going to be making adjustments, and he's going to be trying to figure out all the old little techniques, the little tactics he's learned over a long, successful career, and he's going to be trying them out today to get that second win, the first win in over 10 years. So it could be a really cool thing seeing either of these guys win, and then we've got a whole slew of other anglers that are very thirsty.
They're all out after them, and they've caught some nice fish. We're looking at the exact weights of what they got in their live well per fish, and you see some big fish out there, so that's the danger to these leaders, that these guys catch a couple more big fish down the pack, they can move right into the first place position. So in no way is Brian safe at first place right up there right now. But, my prediction early when he caught those nice 3-pounders, a couple 3s, a couple 2.5s, it made him sit in a good position to work the rest of the day. Hopefully put a couple more good ones in the box in these last 3 hours and take this baby home.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you guys, thank you guys for tuning in. It's been, like we talked about, it's been a fun day. We saw a lot of fish catches. I know I've learned a lot. I love watching these guys. Love Andy Morgan just picking apart that in his wheelhouse. That is what he's known for. And then watching Brian Schmidt, he's getting all warmed up and ready for the Potomac. I think we're going to see some really cool things out of him on the next event. But regardless, it's going to come down to the wire in this tournament. There's a lot of things still up in the air. I can't wait to watch that weigh-in. But Vic, thank you for joining us in the studio, man. It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely. I appreciate everybody having me down here, FLW. Thanks for having me down, and had a great time getting to be back in the groove here and see all this fish in action. I think I'm going to go home and go fishing.
This does make you have that fishing itch for sure watching this live. And you guys, any of you guys in the La Crosse area, make sure you head over to the expo. We've got that expo that started right now that's going to go until about 3:30. And that's at Veterans Freedom Park in downtown La Crosse. And then we're going to have the live weigh-in. Chris Jones, he's there right now. He's watching the live. He's watching us live. He's going to be taking it to the finish line. And he's going to be crowned. He's going to be handing someone one of those jumbo checks in just a short while. That's going to be 4 o'clock Central Time, same place, FLWfishing.com. I'm going to be watching. We're going to both be watching this thing. I know we're going to be watching,
no doubt.
Along with all of you guys, let's see how this goes. Thanks for watching, and we will see you guys next at the Potomac River.
A little better. Quality up there. The box